I think I got it. I think we got it. Is it this button right here? I think that one works. It should work, right? Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 12th, 2023. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Let me bring on. There's the chat room. They're right over there. Welcome in. We're broadcasting to Twitch and YouTube, so you see some folks from YouTube, some folks from Twitch over there. Let me say hello to the crew here. C Sharp Titan. Hope you're doing well. Good evening to you in Australia. I haven't seen that. I not affected. No. Null Sheffo. Hello. Dr. Cox. How's it going there? We ran a afternoon stream yesterday. Talked through and had some fun with that. And found some bugs. Did a little bit of refactoring, reorganizing of the project, and I feel better about it. And at the same time, what? No. At the same time, I'm looking at this and thinking, how much more do I want to go down this line where I'm going to refactor the user interface? So we'll think more about that. Taking a look here. Go ahead, take a picture. You can see. Oh, it knows what this hat is. I just didn't have the thing there. How you doing, UNESCO? Hello. We'll do one of those. It knows what this hat is, doesn't it? I think it does. Maybe it doesn't. I'll open up and set up to do a little training. No, I'm not familiar with any layoffs at Microsoft, and certainly not affected. So, yeah, that's about all I can say about that. There certainly might be folks. No, I don't. It doesn't know what this hat is. All right, let's add it to the training. So I can't speak to that. You even managed to finish watching the VOD. Cool. That's great. Thank you. C Sharp Titan on YouTube asks, what do I think about the refreshed UI in Visual Studio 17.9? You know what? I'd been already looking at a bit of the preview UI, and I don't see a significant difference. I don't see, like, I'm used to looking at it every day. So it feels good. I'm happy with it. I mean, it does its thing, so I'm okay with that. You know. Let me let it take just a few more screenshots here of the hat, and yeah, it's taking just a few more. Come on now, get those loaded into Custom Vision AI, and then we'll set up and do a little bit of analysis. Yeah, there we go. I'll head over and we'll take a look at that, and then we'll get some music playing in the background here also. Let me go with the EDM playlist here today from Stream Beats. I'll start with, let's go down a little bit further here. Even further. Let's start with this. This is called Nova. There we go. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Twitch, YouTube, doesn't matter. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for making this music that we're listening to today. So this is Custom Vision AI. I have it set up. It does our logo detection of the various hats that I'm wearing here. So I will just identify that. This is the Gunner, I'll call it Circle 2023 logo, because it's a hat I got in 2023 and it's got this circular Gunner logo here. So I'll just copy that tag and go right along through these and identify. There's the logo. I really like how integrated this is for training the artificial intelligence about what these things are that it's discovering. So I'll just highlight that logo. Easy to do. and we'll kick it off on a training run and get back into our code here while it's doing some calculations and preparing the artificial intelligence for us. Yeah. It is. And I need to create labels for these and get them out on the hats website. I feel like that's going to be like a chore. We should go through and look at all the hats and see what's missing and get them loaded up there, because dang, there's a lot of them. But I mean, that's kind of my gimmick, right? Is the hats collection here. No more? All done. So let's go train. Yes, quick training. And the way it goes, I will unpublish and delete. I always keep 2 iterations here in case there's one that comes through it's kind of bad and we need to roll back to. So we'll let that train for a bit here. When working with passwords, C# Titan asks, is it best to store the salt hash key along with the encrypted password? The salt key, yes. Best? When I've had to salt and hash my own passwords, which in general avoid, but when I've had to, I've created 2 salts. Right, salt is a value that. Let me go back to the welcome chat screen, just like this. Salt is a value that you add to the clear text of the password before you hash that password to create some unreversible text that you can have out there and store for some reference as to what password somebody keyed in. I like to set up a system-wide, I used to, I don't do it anymore, a system-wide hash value, and then a per-user hash value, and I would mash them up around the password in different ways. Sometimes different ways per row, and use that to hash. So it wasn't always the salt that was on the same row, right? And folks used to do this by saying put a new GUID on each row for the user. Well, I would take that GUID plus some keyword or some phrase that I made up for the application and use those 2 in some combination. And by doing it, it introduces just a little bit more randomness to somebody's password before it's hashed to level up the complexity, so it isn't something you can just look up on a rainbow table. Even look up on a rainbow table if you know the salt value. So makes it a heck of a lot harder to reverse those passwords. So Custom Vision's going to just crank away here and calculate. Taking a quick look. Twitch wants me to look at and review the channel recap here on stream. We can do that. We can do that for a little bit here. Take a look at that. Where'd it go? So do a little recap of what we've learned here. So I will add the Twitch recap to the title. Is it a different category we need to look up? Sure. We'll do a Twitch recap. We'll jump over to there. There we go. So, yeah, let's go back over to the browser. There it is. My Twitch recap. So we did a bunch of things on stream here, and not just what Twitch is going to highlight here, and we'll talk about them as we go through the accomplishments that the channel had for the year. It's not me, it's the channel, which is right. Yeah, creator. There we go. My high scores in 2023. Right. This isn't. Oh, look what Fritz did. This is. Hey, you out there helped out and did some really amazing things with us on channel. 42.6 thousand hours watched. That isn't hours that I watched. That's hours of this channel that were watched. Thank you. Over 116 streams. So what, that comes out to like what, twice a week? Yeah, the recap game is out there also. I streamed on 4 different categories. 325 clips were made. Be nice to figure out and do some fun things to push that up higher next year. We reached 2,800 viewers on my top stream. That's cool. Okay. 56,000 chat messages sent. That's a lot of chat. And you know, I read all of the chat that comes through here. Hey, this is the Real Voice. Good morning to you. Top 4 categories I streamed on. This should be no surprise. Software and game development. We haven't done any Nitro stream racing in a while. We should go back and play a little bit of that at some point. I did a little Magic the Gathering, and we did a little bit of chess streaming. You added to that total. Thank you, Greenish Pepper. Yes, you did. Top 3 tags. Ask Me Anything, Family Friendly, and .net. That one should come as no surprise, but AMA, that's interesting. That's interesting. Folks looking for AMA, Ask Me Anything. I nearly always have that tag turned on here on the channel. Happy to stop and answer questions, right? The stream isn't about me just writing code, but talking to you about the questions that you have. I have gotten a little bit of encouragement to take some of the reaction and some of the AMA and kind of pin it and not necessarily answer questions right away, but to finish tasks and then get into them, as well as not responding to every follower immediately. I'm okay with that. I can see doing that. Family friendly, of course. I'm always going to be family friendly on this channel. It's something that's important to me to make sure that folks feel welcome. The number of people who have said, "Hey, you know, I turned on the stream. I had it on the TV in the family room in the kitchen, and the kids, my mother, somebody turned over and watched and had a good time watching." Family friendly is important to me. Hey there, Light Jack with a raid. Welcome. Appreciate the raid. How you doing there? And I like the little raid emotes you got there. Vim Raider. Over there on Twitch. Appreciate you bringing your community to join us. Welcome in, Light Jack. What do you do, Light Jack? What were you streaming there on your channel when you decided to raid over to us? Let me know. Thanks so much for the raid. Hello. SDL2 and C. Ooh, all right. Imagine not being distracted and procrastinating. Well, we do that too. Right? That happens. Squirrel. So, Greenish Pepper. Oh, that's very kind. Channel's great. Can think of another dev streamer opposite of my stream. Gets upset when people ask questions. Yeah, no. Like, I could be just sitting here writing code, talking to my walls like any other developer. But this is right. This is more interesting, more fun to talk to you and hang out and get stuff done. The only thing that kind of frustrates me and that I want to do a better job with, thinking ahead to 2024, is when the common questions that we've been getting more and more. Where do I go to learn C#? What should I do when I learn C#? How can I get a job in .NET? And those are the big ones. And I feel like I want to have canned answers with links ready to go so that when folks do ask those questions, here's the answer that, you know, we've got a great answer for you. Folks have asked it before, so we've put something together to help you. Like, I don't want to ignore these folks. They've clearly they're interested in getting help and going, but want to get them pointed in the right direction and have a good answer that's ready and prepared. So you spend about 2.5 hours making a square move on screen. Jack, I'm right there with you. Yesterday, I spent an hour fighting database configuration issue on stream. I was like, why is this broken? Why? And finally just brute force ripped it out and moved it somewhere else. So frustrating. So, everyone knows that you don't get any real code done on stream. This is the real voice, right? TagZap has been, I want to say, 85% of the code that you see in TagZap that was written by me was written on stream. So, and it is about the community. How you doing there? TypeScript Tea Time. Hello to you. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much. Continuing here, my emotes were a hit. I'd love to get the emotes used a little bit more. Not gonna lie. Or are there things that you like, you don't like about the emotes? What can we do to make these better? There's a couple of Christmas versions of these emotes. The C# heart, there's a Christmas version of that out there. As well as what were the other two? Oh, the darn Skippy, right? I say that a lot, but it says more candy. And what was the other one that I Christmased? I made holiday. So the hearts one, and gosh, what was the other one? I don't remember. Oh, the hats. And of course, there's a gift emote out there also that you can use. Yeah, there you go. You wrote something on Discord that scans messages for tags. Say it's a combo of regex. Provide a PDF with that information with aggregated info. Badger, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I almost want a web page or a wiki entry somewhere that we can maintain with links and good entries for folks to jump off to. So, will I do more stuff on the C# on C# Fritz series? Ask C# Titan. Really learned a lot on the channel. I want to revisit it in the new year. I want to redo the Python notebooks. They're out of date. They could be updated and made a little bit cleaner, fresher. I think I've got some really good concepts in those demos that I can bring. Look at this. I've got a Windows 7 deck of cards, but I use a deck of cards for some of the demos and concepts that we teach in programming. So, right, using cards, which I think is something very relatable. No matter what culture, where you're located, everybody can get a deck of cards, 52 cards, even a pinochle deck with 48 cards. This is a poker deck of cards. But I think everybody can relate to that. And we can do some demos and concepts and talk about working with a deck of cards as an object and going through, right, going through and thinking about a hand of cards as a variable, as a collection that you're working with, and then those set-based operations that we learned in calculus, we can describe and work through using LINQ in C# and some of those, and it becomes much more compelling. Hey, Rambling Geek, you have a deck of cards, each with a git command on them. I love that idea. I really like that idea. Oh my gosh. What if we made a deck of cards? Right? If we made a programmer's or a C# developer's deck of cards that has 52 different tips and tricks and even gets into Git and Docker a little bit and the .NET command line things. Let me kick that around. That's a really cool idea, Rambling Geek. Git commands are cool to have. Right, 4 or 5 Git commands on a series of cards. Gosh, maybe we have the suits be Git commands, .NET CLI commands, Docker commands, and C# tips. Oh, there's so many cool things we could do with that. I'm taking a note of that. That's a neat idea. The real voice. Discord will crush you once you get traction. Message content intent is only selectively approved once you break 100 server threshold. I think there's something to be said about, what do we got here? Oh, look at that. Oh, those are very cool. Let me grab that. Let me grab that image. Let's take a look at that. Gonna lurk. Have a good one. Thanks so much, Jack. Appreciate you sending your friends over here. What do you mean it doesn't contain the image? Sure does. Yep, expand. Come on, where's my mouse? The mouse is gone. There it is. Let's rotate that. Wrong way. That's pretty cool. And have tips like that? Yeah. I can totally get into that. This is the real voice. Yeah, I totally see Discord getting concerned about content on their platform. Yeah. C# Titan on YouTube asks if it's a good idea to invest in the Raspberry Pi 5. Is 4 gig enough, or should I go for the 8 gig? Depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to use it as a little programming device, go for the 8 gig. So PDF because it's Discord content was marked down and managed via web portal. Tag scrapped content rendered via Razor shoved into PDF. Nice. Didn't have a public site. Badger. I would put it in a GitHub wiki, or a series of pages in a GitHub repository. Just literally a series of readmes to route around is what I would do, so that we could update and maintain it easily. So, how about a Cards Against Humanity style of game, but for learning .NET Docker Git? Call it Cards for Inform. I don't know, but I use a deck of cards to teach programming concepts. So a standard deck of cards that has some of those concepts on it, I think might be fun. Here, let's continue going through list of my my Twitch recap here. I'm going to pause this. The top featured clip here. Let's go. You may have seen this clip. I linked it yesterday.
It's me. It's GitHub Copilot. I've got some code for you.
That's not scary at all.
Clip that.
Yes, somebody did clip that. In fact, it was Surly Dev. So, that clip, if you want to go back to it, is there. I'll finish this little bit of recap. 1.6 million channel points spent. I think we could do another channel point community drive, and do something funny off of that. 2,600 new followers, 323 new subscribers, 219 gifted subscriptions, 12 hype trains, all kinds of co-op with 113 raids sent. I think that's just about one for every stream. Like, I think that means I've raided every stream. Yeah. 116 total streams and 113 raids. That's like just about every stream we rated. Received 77 raids, 86 shoutouts received. That's pretty cool. Loudest fans of 2023: Mott's, Thindoll, Phil Vesey, Coding Bandit, Napalm Codes, Pac-Man Jr., UNESCO, and that'll be the last time that we see his name there, Brave Cobra. Thank you for playing. Yes, the goat emoji is that still out there? Does that do a thing? No, that doesn't do a thing. Goat, GOAT, EOME, EMOT. Yeah. No, that didn't do anything. Brave Cobra had stage 4 lung cancer and passed in July. So it was a bit in his memory that we decided to this doesn't work. I don't. It says that that's a thing, but that doesn't work. Why does it work for you and it doesn't work for me? Not gonna lie, I don't get it. Commas. There's commas? What commas? It's a capital E on it. Colons. That's the wrong text for the goat emote. Why do I have to teach Twitch how to do social media? How to do chatting? Hey, at Twitch and Twitch support. Your Twitch recap content is contains a typo. The goat emote referenced is not spelled right. If you copy the text directly into Twitch chat, nothing happens. Can we update the text on the Twitch recap to goat emoji so that just leave it there. Let's see what they. I tell you. Like, come on. You're trying to promote your own service and you can't promote it right? Come on. With colons, you don't need colons. If you put the colons around it, it doesn't work. So, yeah, exactly. With the camel case there, you get auto completion. Yes. So, continuing here, don't forget to stream your recap. That's what I'm doing right now. So, my creator recap: 42.6 thousand hours watched, 116 total streams, 2,600 new viewers, new followers, 323 new subscribers, and 56,000 chats sent. The raid emote was the most used emote, followed by Rainbow Bearded Clippy, and I think that's probably because of the hats. And then the angry emote. No gritty emote. That guy, he's only slightly creepy. So, that's cool. there you go. There's my Twitch recap. And while we were waiting, while we were away, it finished with the hat training. We'll get that updated. Published. So we'll do reset hat AI. And we'll try that hat recognition one more time.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Only 43% certainty? Oh my gosh, that's awful. Nothing. Nothing. It took the screenshot, but nothing happened. It gave us an error. And now we feel shame.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
47%? Let's take a quick look. Yeah. Its prediction percentage is awful. Precision, looking at it down here, is 0%. Right? These are ones that it's not going to do very well on it at all. That's a shame. I feel like we need to do a advanced training. Let's try that and see what happens. So, there it is, training right there. So let's see what happens as that goes through. So, will I be doing a Christmas stream again this year? Oh, that's a great question. From C Sharp Titan over there on YouTube. I'd like to. Tomorrow, we're going to be co-streaming with some friends from Auth0. Kia Imani has invited me to join her and work through some of the advent of code. So we're gonna work through some of those puzzles tomorrow on stream. So we will simulcast here on my channel, but we'll be co-streaming and writing some code together tomorrow. So happy to be invited and joining her for some of that. But I absolutely want to do a Christmas stream. Looking at the schedule, it won't be on the 25th, but either the 22nd or the 23rd. Probably the 22nd. I would do a Christmas stream. And for those of you who haven't seen it, it's become a bit of a tradition here in this channel. And I tell the story why, but it becomes a bit of a tradition that I will read with my best radio voice the poem "The Night Before Christmas," and I will also read "'Twas the Night Before Die Hard," because as we all know, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we'll do that, and we'll have some fun. Almost done the coffee here today. Need to slow down on that. So that's on the agenda. Yeah, let's plan for that on Friday the 22nd. So Bruce himself said it's not. That's fine. I don't care. It is for me. How you doing there, Chaotic Monkey? Apricot, greetings to you in Ukraine. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying safe. Always good to see you. Looking forward to it. Cool, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy that. Let's dive back in here and talk about TagZap and get some more of this done and rolled out. So previously, we were working through and getting some of the user interface updated here so that we could start keying in and enabling some of the providers. And the initial interface that was written here by Napalm Codes, it works. It saves these values. We've got them wired up so that they behave nicely here for us. Great. I need to get the headers, particularly the HTTP header fields appearing here. I don't know if I want to go through and spend too much time on that because we're going to turn this into a Blazor UI. I also want to do the update of this to .NET 8. So I'd like to at least get this working with Mastodon and Twitch chat. So that I can get them appearing and working again over here. And then do the upgrade to .NET 8, start migrating this to Blazor, and then but I think the Blazor migration we can do after we add Discord and Blue Sky. So maybe we'll do the Blazor migration Thursday. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, and I don't like the order that these appear because I feel like there's a natural order for some of these fields, and I'd like to kind of force them into that order, you know? So, what do you say? Let's dive in and hit some of that. You know what? I'm going to change up. I'm not going to wear the Marin glasses today. Let's put those back in their case. I had them out. Let's go with the torpedoes. I like those. So, Blazor next Thursday? No, I think Blazor this Thursday. And I think we'll even talk about and get some construction into building a static site to display content about TagsApp. Promote and talk about it. We need to do a little refactoring for version numbering. I think we're going to need to move TagsApp into its own organization as well. Can't wait to see how I use Blazor with .NET 8. Oh, yeah. We're going to have some fun with that, to be sure. All right. This is still doing its thing. Good. So there's the demo site for the NFL kickoff. So let's put a link down to TagsApp. Updating configuration UI in TagsApp. Source at. And TagsApp, of course, is open source. You're welcome to browse to the source code, download it, tinker with it, submit issues, submit pull requests. There we go. So information about TagsApp is pinned to the top of Twitch chat, so everybody can get to it. If you're watching on YouTube, check out just below in the description. There should be a link to TagsApp. Yep, there we go. So there is. Hey, Mark on YouTube. Better because I can see where the current selection is. What current selection? Another hat's found a home. What hat? What hat found a home? All right. Let's dive in here. So, yeah, get this organized. And also, when you enable one of these, actually have it start enabling and listening to that service. So that we need to wire up. But I won't go too deep on fixing this so that we can migrate it. I mean, we're going to end up gutting most of the user interface and moving it over, and so let's not waste too much time getting it working with Razor Pages. I'd really like, where is it? View model extensions. So there's a get properties, get display name, get input type. Where is it? Load view model. Yeah, properties, and it returns the properties. But I would like to put them in a specific order. You know? Is there an order? JSON property order. Like, I could do something with that, couldn't I? I could. So HTTP client options is this base one that we have here. Hey, Warm Peas, hello. So if I were to put JSON property order on here and start these in the 100s, you know? So let's put timeout next. And make that 102. Yeah, I think that works. To kind of push those down in the stack. Hey, Angry Ginger Dad. Hello. Oh, thank you for that. Yes. I had a great time speaking at Dev Intersection last week. My gosh, I was so busy. I had 2 8-hour workshops back to back, Sunday and Monday. And then I had 4 sessions that I participated in on Tuesday. The keynote panel discussion with our friend Fierce Kittens, Scott Hanselman, Maddie Montequilla from the .NET Maui team, and Nick Chapsis. So there she is now. Speaking of the Fierce Kittens, hello. Good to see you, my friend. And then we did what did we do? We did I did a get started with Blazor on .NET 8 session, Blazor with .NET Maui, hybrid session, and then we did building Blazor components session. Oh, it was a lot. Oh, it was so much. So if I go back over here and where it gets properties here, how's things, Fierce Kitten? Good to see you. Hope you're feeling well. Let me see. I need to get the, in order to do the order by now, I need to get the attribute off of it and order by that. That's going to be ugly. Right? Right, so if I were to try and do order by on those property info things, right? This is going to be ugly. Not going to lie. Yeah, to array. Come on. Thank you. So what do we got to do? Well, I want to get the JSON property order attribute from the property. Let's see if Copilot can do that. That's not gonna work. No. Where is it? There was somewhere here where it gets, yeah, see, property info get custom attribute. It doesn't get the, I'm even going to give you help with this, Copilot. No. Let's call it JPO for JSON property order. No. Right, get custom attribute. JSON property order. Right, so I'm going to get one of those. Yeah. And I want to return Match? No. Return that order. Right, so that should kind of order a little bit there. Chilling a little bit. That's cool. Good to have you. Let's see. So that should do that order by for me. Put them in a better order. So let me go restart the app. I still have my my stuff sitting here. I'll just .NET launch and jump in and take a look-see. I like using .NET Watch, right? So it gives me that quick feedback on the user interface. I really need to fix these null reference, dereference issues. Warnings. Like, whatever. Come on. There we go. And admin, providers. Feels bad, man. Unable to load view model for... So... hey there, Coding with Jerry C#. Hello. Welcome in, Jerry. What did I do? I broke it. Properties equals load view model. And we're somewhere in the bowels of this. Well, that's in a try catch. Right? No. It threw the exception down here. And it's not showing me what the... It's not telling me why. That feels bad. We're in this here. Right, did I get the logger error here? Ew. Oh, this is positively ugly. It's trying to insert content. Like, I get it. There's the error. $39. I bet you. Yup. So let's do this. Fine. 0. Right? Or that's better. Hey, look, Mastodon says it's working. I didn't turn that on. It just kind of, well, maybe I did turn it on, but it finally like restarted. So do I have new things in? No, go to moderation. Look at that, I've got new Mastodon messages. All right. All right. It's a start. So if I look at Blazot now, base address timeout, yeah, and they're pushed down in the stack. Okay, okay, right? I still want to redo the order of, like, the Twitch chat one is kind of in a weird order. And I even want to put in like a simple and easy mode here to say click to open and log in with your Twitch chatbot account and capture some of this information or something like that to make it really easy for folks. Yeah. So, how do I want to do this? I think if we don't have an order, yeah, that's fine. So, what was the one? The Twitch chat configuration. Well, how's the Mastodon one look? That's first. That one's okay. That timeout should be like 5 seconds. Good, it saved that, right? let me see. So Twitch chat's the next one that I really need to look at. Blazot. Yeah, we're okay on that. But Twitch chat is kind of a mess in here. Let's give some order to that one. So that is Twitch chat config. Have a good one, Rambling Geek. All the best to your son. There we go. So here's the properties. These ones are being ignored. Hey, Marcus!
Marcus Voice Coder just resubscribed for 23 months.
Good to see you, Marcus. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. In memory of some of those folks, some of our friends in the community that we've lost, and for those folks that are fighting the good fight against cancer, we're going to support and pay it forward to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for that support. I'm just going to move things around here to make it a little bit easier to see these. Yeah, put the channel name at the end. So, JSON property order 1. Right, put some space in there. And so we'll make client secret 2, 3, 4, 5. And is that going to rebuild for me? Yes. Do the rebuild. Do the patch. Should refresh automatically here for me. Move things around. Come on now. Nope. I don't want you to enabled is right up front. Client ID, client secret, chatbot name, token, channel name. I still need to figure out how to put some validation in each one of these. For now, I'm okay with that. Like, validation will probably be some sort of a method we attach to the configuration that checks to make sure that things are properly filled in and whatnot. But that's good to start here. That's fine. That's fine too. Okay. Good enough. So it is saving. I do like that idea from Rambling Geek for playing cards. If we made programmer playing cards, is that something that you'd be interested in buying? Let me know. Like, right? Create custom playing cards. Photo style playing cards. Design your own custom playing cards. $20. $20 each? Ooh. MakePlayingCards.com. Hang on, I saw print on demand custom playing cards from Printify. Okay. No minimum order, free design tool, worldwide shipping. Custom design on the back, smooth cardstock, white talk box with cellophane, crisp colors. I want to do custom design on the front too. Custom design on the back. Cards come with a white generic tuck box, smooth standard deck of 52. Yeah, can we customize the front? No. Developers. So, $14, another $5.39. We're talking about $20 a deck of cards there. Oof. And that's, I can't even customize the front. What do we have? Make playing cards. Those aren't, no. Those aren't, that isn't a deck of cards. Those are, no. Custom playing cards and game cards. Custom face and back, yes. For as low as... What? I don't want blank cards. Standard face with white. Mini card, no. No. What do you mean double-sided? No, I don't want mini. Bridge size playing cards. Yeah. Right? So it's not until you get up into 50 some that it gets to like $8 a deck. Okay, that's kind of cool. No, I don't need a booklet. Black velvet bag? Shrink wrapped. A tuck box would be nice. Right? Yeah, and of course the price goes up a little bit, but... Is there a description? Come on, give me a... So, custom back and a custom front. If we go custom, right, I don't want mini, I want poker size. We do need to do some nitro racing, yes. No setup charge, well that's nice. See, that put like a background behind. I'll tinker with this. Hey, Johan.
You have just resubscribed for 60 months.
60 months. 5 years with us, Johan. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Now, a greenish pepper. Yeah. A real physical deck of cards. Yeah. Right, if we were to make a real deck of cards, right, I don't like the background. I want to customize the face. This one. Well, that's just... No, I want to do... Not bridge size. Poker size. That's nice. That's pretty cool. Okay, I could see a couple wanting to do that. No, I want poker-sized cards. Not custom Jack, Queen, and Joker. I want custom all of them. Where's poker size, man? Not bridge, poker. Yeah, like this one. The point being, I use playing cards as an example. Yeah, about $8. $8 a deck if we get 50, which would be a $400 order. Minimum. Doable. I'm interested in what some of these other things are. But, right, a plain... Right, what about a custom tuck box? What does that look like? Yeah, $11 each. Doable, though. Let me think about it. Look up custom tarot card printers. Okay. Something to tinker with, but because go back to what I was saying earlier, there was a comment about folks enjoying my C# with C# Fritz series. Because I use a deck of cards, and these are my Windows 7 cards with a whatever lighthouse back on these. That's not a lighthouse. It's an alligator, 3 alligators in a trench coat, whatever. Right, but having a deck of cards is is easy to refer to these and hit some programming concepts for objects, instances, and working with sets of objects that we're managing. So, but the idea that oh my gosh, that Rambling Geek brought was put some tips in the middle of the card so that as you're playing, you get these programmer tips. $4 card deck, $40 delivery to the UK, right? That's not going to work. Hook your favorite colored pepper with the deck. I could see ordering a bunch of them and making them available to folks here on stream, and also giving some out at conferences that I go to for folks that ask good questions and whatnot. So I don't know. We'll figure that out. I like that idea. It's on my to-do list here. So, but taking a look at custom tarot card, that might not be a bad direction to go also. Okay, so this is ordering nicely. At some point I need validation in here, but I also, I when you save changes to this, it should reload. I need to get it to reload appropriately here. I should also probably put a blur. How much work do I want to put in that? A blur on the secret and token fields. Right? At the very least, make them password type. You know? Yeah, don't do it like the Azure portal and just show all the info. Agreed, right? Right? You shouldn't be able to see that. All right, so let's update then the provider's UI at the very least, right? So URL and timeout, we're okay on that. Property type. Here, checkboxes. Why is it? Oh, that's if it's enabled. Yep. On the other side. Why is it input name, property name? Where's the actual input type text? Class form control value. Let's property value. Let's say no. Hey, tick tick boom. Hello. Text box type equals no. Not display name, but it's like the property name itself. Yeah. If it ends with, stop it. Token. String comparison. No. Comparison. Property name ends with key. Stop it. String comparison. Yes. Invariant culture. Ignore case. I know. Yep, there we go. So then here, input type, it's right there. So let's, come here. Let's just redo this. Right? Input type equals text. So if it's false, it fails out immediately. No. These need to be. Ooh, I need to take this. I need to take this call. Excuse me for just a minute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Doctor's office calls, gotta get them squared away. Let me see here. Oh, starting a new job soon. Oh, best of luck to you, Tick Tick Boom. Congratulations. Pretty well established company. Yeah, sounds like it. How's it going? 2 days a week in the office? That's not bad. Not bad at all. Let me head back over to the code. I can appreciate a hybrid working environment. Some days in the office, some days at home. I can appreciate that. So I need to turn this around so that this is... So if it is text... So if that's false, it'll go to... I need these reversed. No. Revert the whole thing. Yeah. If input type... Nope. Then we're going to do an extra check here. So if the input type is text, if the name ends with token or key, we're going to make the output a password. Otherwise, leave it as text. And that should have patched. So now... Right, those are fine. Twitch chat, client ID, secret. That's not gonna, no. Token, that didn't change to password either. None of them changed to password. Should probably include secret in that list of ends with. What if we had... Let's put them over here. Right? Private, static, read it only. Password endings. I don't know. That sounds good. Right? Token, key... secret. That should be a string array. Gotta declare the type, Fritz. So then I could say... I think I need to make this protected. Why don't you like that? Providers model. You still don't know what that is. Really? Oh. I'm referring to it directly. Providers. Yeah, password endings. There we go. All right. So if we say property name ends with, if any of them end with that value, make it a password. That looks like it rebuilt. So over here, that's fine. No, didn't make it a password. Didn't make it a password. Why isn't it making them passwords? Now we're actually making progress here. We're in good shape. Input type should have been put. Oh, it's on that one. Hang on. If it's a string, here we need to put input type on this one. Get back there. So back into Twitch chat. So foo. What? You used the fact that you were on the live coders as a status boost and they were impressed? Tell me more. Right, so text, no. What the heck? If input type equals text, give me that. Give me that. I'm out of coffee now. I'm that upset I'm out of coffee. Let that rebuild, and here we go. I can change off of the Twitch chat recap here. The Twitch recap. Change back to category. All right. So the app is running into the admin area, into providers. Ba-bang. Input type is text. The property, the name is enabled. API key. Okay. Come here. Name API key. And password endings. Right? Token key secret. So that changed it to password. Nope. Nope. What? What the heck? There we go. Helps if you formatted it right, Fritz. Foo. There we go. Okay. Stupid. Okay. Got it. So now it's at least hidden and you can't get in there and change that around. How you doing there, Johnny B. Cat? Good morning. You're welcome. You'd be on Twitch, but it's blocked on Work's computer, and that's one of the reasons that I stream to YouTube also. Yeah. So, okay, got that fixed. So, now the question is, when you save the settings, it's writing it to disk, right? Like, we know those values are being written over there. There's the Mastodon configuration. The website configuration is, it's listed as enabled, but let's restart this. And And we'll get those providers to restart when the enabled state changes or a configuration changes. See if we can get it to inject and restart that configuration. So here it is. Admin providers. So there's Mastodon, and it's got that configuration, and it should be doing its thing, loading new Mastodon content. Nothing in the last hour for .NET content on Mastodon. Yeah. Nothing in the last hour. Okay. I shouldn't have closed that. Okay. So let's, as we change these settings, let's get it to appropriately restart and patch those values in here. This one I don't want to be enabled. Save that. And right, just confirming here, website enabled false. Good. How you doing there, Nate UDev? Hello. Need some advice? What would I do if you have burnout and just want to code? Stop the press. Let's make sure. Feeling a little bit of burnout, you just want to code for fun in your free time, but you don't have that free time at all. You need to stop. Do you have vacation time? Do you have time away from school, work? I'm not familiar with your situation. Find some time to go for a walk. Find some time to get out. Get away from screens. Not just your computer, phone also, tablet. Get some time away. I think there's an excellent thing to be said here for going for a hike in the woods, going for a walk on the beach, wherever you might be living. Find someplace interesting that has something fantastic for you to look at. Go for a tour at the museum, even the science museum, art museum. Find something interesting and different for you to look at and think about. I love going to the Science Museum and the Art Museum here in Philadelphia. Go visit the zoo. Take a couple hours for yourself to think and do something different. Create that space for your mind to relax. Okay? Touch Grass, great one in there. Black Girl CTO, we're gonna be streaming with her tomorrow. But take that time for you, right? I'm even going to put the code away here for a second. Take that time for you to unwind and do something different. It's okay to want to code a lot. A lot of us do. It's what got us interested in this industry, is that we have fun building and making things. And that's great. But take some time for you. Take some time to... I forgot to take it off the title. And I thought I changed my category here. There we go. It says stream info updated successfully. There, it changed. Okay. Take some time for you to touch grass, to get away and recharge. It's not going to be easy to do at first. You need to find a little bit of a cadence to do that on. Once a week, find Saturday, Sunday. I take a half hour, 45 minutes every day, and I'm out walking the dogs around the neighborhood. Go out and do food shopping or something, you know. Take some time to get away from the screens. It's gonna help you a lot. Yes, you might not have free time or vacation time right now, and you just want to code. I get it. I do. I really do. When I was younger, when I was in my 20s and I was working for a startup, I absolutely did not take vacation time, and was so enthralled with the technology that I was building and working with that I spent every waking moment thinking about and writing and doing stuff. I kept notebooks with my thoughts of things, writing down pen on paper, and it's only going to get you so far. You need to take some time for you. So, you're welcome, Johnny B. Cat. So, the brain is a muscle, and when you're working, when you're writing code, you're talking to people, you're scrolling on social media, and you're comprehending and learning things. You're reading blog posts, documentation. You're stressing that muscle. You need to take time and let it relax. Okay. I like to have an adult beverage a couple times a week. Whatever. Some folks like to participate with other mood-altering medication. Okay, if that makes you happy and that helps you to relax your brain, okay. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not saying you need to do that, but some folks do that. Some folks do other things to get out there, and that's great too. Find out what works for you. So, hey, McNets, good to see you. Even moving some things apart. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right. Figure out what's gonna make you happy. So you'll hear folks that work remotely talk about the third place that they're productive, right? The third place, right? You work at home in an office, you have an office or some collaboration space that your employer has. What's that third place that you go to that you feel like you can relax and think? Same thing with being productive, and not just being productive, but doing something for you. Do you enjoy cooking? You know, go get a tub of biscuit dough or cookie dough, whatever, and make something for you, right? You want to make a nice dinner, maybe you like barbecuing or whatever. Fantastic. Set yourself up and spend a couple hours doing that. If you're into cooking, into gardening or whatever, figure out what that other thing is. Spend some time with that. So, all right, I'm going to head back over to the code. Warm Peas with a comment here. That's not a bad one. It's over there. Dependency injection finally clicked for you when you weren't thinking about it on a hike. Right, there you go. Right? Your brain is a muscle, and it needs time to relax too. Xbox changed jobs 3 times, and over their career, every time it was in November. Maybe you need to get some vitamin D. There's something to be said about end-of-year planning and job availability in different organizations. For most of my jobs, I've changed jobs in November. I started at Microsoft in November. I started at Telerik in November. Yeah, November has been kind of my job change month. I'm gonna agree with you there, but a bit of that has to do with budget and availability of new positions going into the new year. So let's all right, let me go back in here. So we do have this provider's UI saving values, but we need to also kick off the provider with its new settings. So we're calling save configuration inside of our providers, which is a method hanging over here. And because the providers are all sitting in memory. So if I go back into, let's look at the Azure provider. This is a simple provider that just pulls questions out of a queue. So if it's pulling out of a queue, there's this get content for hashtag. Well, if we look at the all right, so the actual service that runs and is checking and listening here. So, get existing content. Okay. Start, it starts the provider. Stop. This should probably be its own thread. Its own task. Provider start async. It doesn't do an enable check. Actions distinct. Get content for hashtag. Yeah, it's not doing an enabled check here. The actual provider itself doesn't have an enabled tag. Okay, so it's going to call get content for hashtag, and it's going to check and try and load it. But right now it's returning a bad status here. Not started. So it never called start on this to get down into here. So let's just walk that back. Yeah, those are the places where it's implemented. I'm actually in the Postgres. There you go. It's checking to see if it's only if it's activated should it come through and enable it when it's starting. So it didn't even go through the start process here. And here's the while loop for it actually executing. So if I change it, I should probably stop it and restart it. Stop it, reload the configuration, and then start it. Which would jump it into... It would add a provide. Actually, if I just flip the config to enable true in memory here. No, it won't have a provider task. The task won't be running. We need to redo this a little bit, shall we? So that we can stop and restart each of the providers and update their configuration. So how do we do that? This while is the running thread, the task that it wakes up and does for each one of the providers. And if it gets content, then it goes and processes and sends them off. Let's take this entire while loop. Yeah. Private. Actually, can I just grab the... Where'd it go? Right there. Can I control dot? Yeah, extract method. And let's call this watch for new content. Okay. So that makes it really easy to see where that is. So, and right, this was kind of in violation, this method of one of those coding one of those coding guidelines of having only 7 lines of code per method. Too much going on here. Let's simplify it, and by refactoring it into several methods, we'll be able to step in and inject and do pieces of this when we need to start up and get a new, either get a new provider running or stop a provider. Oh my gosh, Black Girl CTO, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Non sequitur earlier, thank you for the follow as well. So, okay. So this is adding a new, right, starting a new provider and adding it in. Okay. So where is the provider config? I'm not sure. Where is this used elsewhere? I don't think it's used anywhere else. No. Other than checking to see if it's enabled, it's not used anywhere else. Let me go back to this. I know we set up the provider configurations. Okay, so we went and got them, and okay, so that's okay for me. So if we take this out, yeah. If I take this out, let's refactor this one. Start task for provider. Right? So it's going to receive a let's just call this provider. So it's going to start a provider, create a new task, pass in the provider, tell it to start the provider, and then watch for new content. So I could actually make this public, right? Hey, I'm Pulowski. By making this public, now I can reach in and add a new provider to the collection. Yeah. Start task for provider. Okay. So if I... Hey there, Industrial Forest. Welcome. If I also include the iProvider... Sure, call it provider configuration. let's see, if c dot name equals, right? We're going to remove that one. And now I've got the updated one that was passed in sitting there. Okay. So I'm passing in a provider and telling it, go start this. That's fine. Okay. Why don't you like that? We need to pass in the provider config. I think that's okay. I mean, it'll clear it out and reset it here. I'm all right with that. Maybe instead of having this return, set the property there. Right, I can change. That's better. So I can say var provider configs equals this. And now it builds them up as it saves them. Okay, that works. Right, just managing these collections in memory. So when I flip something, so when I save the configuration, I can pass the provider in with its new configuration and tell it start. Right? This needs to actually receive a new configuration. How about the Mastodon provider? Does it need to receive a new configuration? Well, when I call set configuration on these, why don't I stash a copy locally? Right? Yeah. Why don't you like that? Oh, it's read-only. We're going to get rid of that then. Yep. Add the cast. Boom. Done. Let's go over to Mastodon. Do the same thing. Where's it getting its configuration? Okay. Here it's a little bit different. Oh, man. What a pain in the neck. Okay. It's calling create client. Yeah, it's not the name. But the HTTP. Oh, man. This is in the communications in order to help with the resiliency. Not that one. It is... Yeah, get HTTP client build. And it adds... It creates an HTTP client with configuration that was specified. So I need to This isn't easy to reconfigure. Short of restarting the service, right? This is a dependency injection configuration that we're changing in the middle of the application. Okay, so this is a classic problem. I'm reconfiguring a service that we're dependent on, a repository or something, and I'm changing the way that it behaves with some runtime configuration. How do we change that so that, without restarting the application, how do we change that configuration that's sitting here inside of our service? Plus, we need to get the default headers to load on the user interface as well. But like I said, I'm going to hold off on that until we get into Blazor UI. What a pain in the neck. Because that configures an HTTP client builder. And turns on retry and compression and what do we do? Has somebody written up a way to reconfigure? No. No. What if I didn't reconfigure? Hey, how you doing there, Meta Venum? No, I don't think reload on change. Is reload on change? I don't think there's a reload on change for HTTP client. Right? Action. No, I don't see one. What if... What if I put in some sort of a pointer or callback that referenced and loaded variables on the fly? Right on each pass through. So when you're using the HTTP client, hey, go check over here where those values are set. right? Because it's right. It's grabbing these options that are being passed in up here, and when it configures, no, that's not being done each time. I could force the application to restart. Like, we know how to do that. Right? I do have a restart here, so when you do make those changes, I can touch it and restart. Not terrible. I mean, I could do that for any of the providers, right? Like, you finish, you click save, go restart the application. I think I'm okay with that for now. I think I'm okay with that for now. So that's running in the background. Right? So if I change this to I don't think it restarted. Oh, no, it did. No. No, it didn't. Right, because restart says restarting true, cancel. Yeah, I need to await that. Restart the app. HTTP client factory provides client based on app settings. Yeah, I'm not based on app settings. If you're providing a specific type, like add service, yeah, there's no way except for, yeah, restarting it. So if I go into Twitch chat, and I'll change this back to C# Fritz, save, application is shutting down, and then it's going to restart. And it came back to me after it restarted. And Twitch chat provider, it done blowed up. Postgres messaging 112, 183, Twitch chat provider 164. Let's take a look at that. And it's telling me it's not an object. 183, my bad. Down in there. Well, we can do this. There it is, rebuilding. Come on. And right, so if I updated the settings here, change this to go to the Visual Studio channel. So it's shutting down, it's restarting. And it's already back and has the right value. So, yeah, I don't want to recompile the library. Boom, boom. Like, this clearly restarting, even in debug mode here, is fast enough, right? So I'm okay with that, right? And I could copy in some of my values for these, and we could see it start loading. We should be able to see it start loading Twitch chat again. So let me close those. And I'm actually going to grab Visual Studio. I'm going to pull it off to the side here, because I do have those values sitting out here in a user secrets. Too many secrets. And I can copy those values in. And they are properly being obfuscated. And I will save. And if I go to Twitch chat, well, it looks like Mastodon didn't start properly. The client ID and the client secret, it didn't save. And I turn on enable, save. So it tells me it has Twitch chat, but I don't see I'm going to grab those values, paste them down here, and close secrets JSON. I can bring this back. I can bring that back. Now let me take this off screen. Let me take a look at... Okay. Hey, Blazer Mr. Magoo, hello. We'll need some test messages in just a minute. It did save them, client ID and client secret. It did save them to the database, but it's not painting them on screen. Okay. I'm okay that they saved it. But why didn't it paint them on screen? This one. I should start getting chat messages flowing through. Hey, Ridge Raider 42. Good late morning to you. Close that. Hey, that finished. Good. 1 second. We'll publish this. Over here. Publish. So... there we go. Now it knows how to recognize this one. And I will unpublish and delete the oldest one. So... no. There it is. It says it's running. Yeah, see, client ID, client secret. They're not showing there, but I know... let's go over the moderation view. Yeah. Right? Nothing. So it's not loading that message from Twitch chat. Why? Let's drop in here. And let's run it in debug mode. So on new message, we should get some information here. So let's give that a shot. Alright, so it says it started. Okay. So says enabled true here in the configuration that I saved, but we're not getting down into here. Why? I already have integrated some AI into the project for doing content moderation. So, I mean, whoa, wait a sec. What happened here? Not logged in. Check credentials. So something happened loading the client ID. Let's go back over here. Down here. So let's take a look at the client. Let's make sure Fritz doesn't show all the settings. Client. Did not take chatbot name. So it didn't load the settings properly here. Okay. All right. So let's put a breakpoint there and restart this, John. Take a look. So, yeah, there is some artificial intelligence in it. I think there's opportunities for more. We'll get there as we go. Content moderation, I think, is something very cool to have in here to make this easier for folks. So now I don't want to show my settings on screen. I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to bring this over here. So because I am going to look at the settings that are being passed in. Client ID and client secret are null. Channel name is set. Chatbot name. It didn't actually load. It didn't actually load the settings. It has the default. This is the default settings. It didn't actually get them from anywhere. Let's walk up the stack, right? The call stack, and figure out why it doesn't have anything. So it's in here. Let's change the provider. I want you to pass in iConfigure tags app. And let's say configure tags app, get configuration. And we want a Twitch chat configuration. Get a waiter, get results. Sure. Now let's see what we get. So it wasn't passing in the appropriate settings. Kind of makes sense. All right, so it doesn't know what that is. I thought I had configured that. Fine. Configure tags app factory current. I hate having a static out there. Oh no! It's that Junie Von Esch. We were your name came up the other day. Stand by. So we're gonna go get the configuration. We're gonna return the configuration. My goodness, here comes some follows. Welcome in, friends. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna pull this just off screen, and then we'll talk about our friend, our good friend, the Junie Von Esch here in just a second. Still doesn't have a client ID and client secret. Enabled is set to true. It does have a token, but the client ID and client secret, it did not load properly from the database. Why? The right there is strings. We'll look at that in a minute. Client is running. So it should be getting content now. No. Oh wait, hang on. Did we error out somewhere in here? Shutdown requested. Right, I'm in debug mode. Hang on. I'll put over here. Walk it back. Do the thing. Exception. No. Tell me we have content. Yeah, there we go. No. It's inserting but not notifying. Yeah. You're right, there is something on my notepad. I need to push it further down so that it's not visible. I'm okay with that. CL asks, why do I name my private fields with a capital letter? I don't just name them with a capital letter, but I also put an underscore in front of them so that it's easy for me to pick out that they're private fields. That's all. So, yeah, it's not picking up the avatar because it's not getting the client ID. It's not deserializing the client ID for some reason, and I don't know why. Let's go to chat configuration. Right, client ID, client secret. It's rebuild. The current configuration is underscored in camel case. I like Pascal case. I'm old school like that. So now, if I go to let that wander through, load the settings, and dear Lord, that takes a long time to do. Not a fan of how long that takes. Do I have a client ID in secret? Yes, I do. Let that continue. Turn off that breakpoint. And that's not notifying still, but it is getting the images. Okay. It's not doing the notifications to push updates into the user interface, right? But it's there. It's loaded my configuration. I've saved my configuration successfully to the database and brought it back and put it on screen. Okay. What do you think I'm doing now? Like, this is open source. I've got a whole bunch of issues out there. Anybody can take them, and I'm talking through and showing how to build it. Like, give me a little bit more of the boundaries that you're looking for around, and maybe there's something we can shape better here, right? But there's 72 issues out here with all the details of what we're going to build. And it's not really scheduled. Here's what we're going to build when, because we don't know how long these things are going to take to build. So if I refresh this screen, it's not going to work because I'm on the HTTPS. Oh, I stopped it. That's why. Fine. Restart. So, right, like, I absolutely want folks to be able to follow along. That's why I make everything open source. I think I need recap videos that show, here's what we've completed, here's what's next, here's what's coming up. And if they were like 5 minutes in length as a recap video, might help get folks interested, pulled in. So, yeah, there we go. All right. I need a video editor. I need one badly. So back to providers, and Mastodon and Twitch chat are both lit up. Client ID, client secret is hidden. Good. But on moderation, it's... Right, is it... Yeah, it's not pushing. Let's make sure I'm not getting a console error. No. It's not pushing the messages all the way through. 5-minute YouTube recaps. Yep. Yep. Wouldn't be... I would literally have to re-record because I wouldn't be able to grab highlights. Follow if you join the project that it's up and going. Exactly, and that's why doing little recaps, right? If I did a 15-minute introduction to the project and then each week did a 5-minute recap, then it gives you a point to jump in and say, okay, here's what it is, here's what it does. Oh, look, here's what was being built. Catch up next time and promote. If you want to watch this live, here's when you can watch live, and so on and so forth. So, what to play? You struggle with planning the project and knowing what to build first or next. And Greenish Pepper, that's exactly what happened in the first couple streams for this that we did back in July. So, and yeah, this isn't... The content's there, but we need to turn on the notification so it pushes it through here. Martine, you don't know much about web apps. I'll pause and take that question. And I'll also take the comment here from Zelms. Does it generate JavaScript code automatically, or do you use JavaScript frameworks? What is Razor? How does it work? There's a handful of questions there. Let's break this down. Does the web app generate JavaScript automatically? No. You can use frameworks, tools, components that will give you the ability to generate some JavaScript code or bring in a library and execute and call into that, and it will generate, those components will generate those calls. We're going to move off of that, and we're going to show you WebAssembly as we get into the next bits here. Do I use a JavaScript framework? For this project, I am not. This is all plain JavaScript that I've written. You can check the link at the top of chat, the pinned message. You can see all the source code for this project is sitting there. It's plain JavaScript and doing direct interactions with the DOM. What is Razor? Razor is a templating language that works with C# that allows me to take my HTML that I want to output, like these divs that I have here, and I can interweave my C# code by just prefixing the C# code with an @ sign, like this for each statement that you see here on line 14, and it will reach into my model providers collection, sort them by their display name, and give me a provider object to work with. And I have some extra C# code in here to get some information about that provider, like the current health of that provider, so I can put a little indicator next to those providers to indicate the current health status. And I can click in and I can show health status here. And here it says unhealthy. We didn't start this provider. So I'm able to pivot back and forth using Razor between C# and HTML very, very quickly with no ceremony here, because Razor knows when it sees a less than, that's an HTML tag. So you're not doing C# anymore. I'm going to switch context back to HTML and just output HTML directly. Similarly, when I start with an @ sign here, when it sees a quote at the end of a variable name, oh, that's the end of this, change back to HTML mode, and it continues. Really, really easy to pick up how Razor works. And of course, Razor also understands what curly braces are. And it knows that the curly braces in C# indicate a block level statement. I've got an if block, I've got a for block, right? That's going to do some loops or a condition. So do this thing conditionally, and after I hit the ending closing brace, if I have, right, I'm inside of another code block there, but right here I can do a little bit of HTML inside of it, and it knows curly brace, all right, you're doing some more C# here, and it knows how to pivot back and forth. Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, and the other .NET enabled editors know how to take this pivoting back and forth and work with it well. This renders and generates HTML because I'm using a framework called ASP.NET Core Razor Pages. It renders HTML and just paints it in the browser. So that's pretty easy. But we're going to switch to Blazor here on the next stream. And Blazor lets us render and do this interactively. So we can send down our Razor content into the browser as WebAssembly. And instead of using JavaScript to manipulate the contents of the page, we can use our C# and it'll render instantly. Very nice. So what was the last part of that question and how does it work exactly? So I explained a bit of that. Downs deployed a Blazor app with Aspire this week. Awesome. You like it? Tell me more. Can you give us a little bit of feedback? So for folks who haven't seen, .NET Aspire is our new cloud-enabled, very opinionated framework for building and deploying distributed applications. And it's not coupled to any specific cloud provider. We'd really like it if you used Azure. But you could deploy and send things out to Kubernetes. There's an AWS provider and so on and so forth that you can use .NET Aspire to build and deploy distributed applications. Let me know, Zounds. I'm interested to hear what you liked, what you didn't like. The team definitely wants to hear feedback about it. Yeah, we've been working on this project since July. Yeah, 4 months. How you doing there, Thindall? This is the problem with my content. 50% of the best content is the Q&A. Yes. The other 50% is coding. How can you put that in a 5-minute YouTube video? So CL, that's exactly right. Let's pause and talk about that comment from CL, because you're absolutely right here. I think the Q&A, we bust out into shorts. I think, right, the code that we're writing, we have to do like a 5-minute summary. So somebody asked me, hey, how do I use bookmarks? I turned that into a YouTube short and a TikTok, published those this morning. Done. That clip is out there. Folks can find that and learn more about it. So there's definitely, I definitely have a need for somebody who's a little bit like a content manager to help with editing and planning and grabbing some of what's going on and pull that together. And quite frankly, for the right person that wants to engage and kind of be on top of that, I would be happy to share some of the YouTube revenue. Do a revenue share on that to help get them compensated. Been kind of waiting for a webinar for half the day, but being able to do some things. Okay. The webinar's tomorrow. Oh, man. Escaping with HTML. Try writing text after... No, yeah, that won't work, so you need the text tag. That's right. Deployed it with AZD sounds. Okay. The ease of it all is really good. Awesome. That's great to hear. But I'm looking forward to a little bit of a GitHub action that will allow me to do an Aspire deploy. I'm looking forward to something like that. AZD knows how to do a little bit of a recognition of content that has been updated and hasn't been updated and patch appropriately. You tried Flask on Python, Martine, but Razor Logic is very different and seems very robust. It is. Martine, quite frankly, ASP.NET is the fastest web framework available according to the Tech Empower benchmarks. That said, I think I can share this. I don't think the .NET team would have any qualms about me saying this. We are looking at ways to provide benchmarks that show on this instance of Azure, here's the type of performance that we see with .NET 6, .NET 7, .NET 8. So you can see those performance improvements on Azure. And here's what you should expect from an Azure interaction with the .NET frameworks to make it easy for folks to see those comparisons. Maybe there's a standard app that we build and use to show some of those tests, so that while Tech Empower is nice to have something standard out there that relates to the other frameworks, but to show something realistic that interacts with Azure, we're going to change up a little bit of our benchmarking there a little bit. Comparing to framework, sure. That wouldn't be hard to add into our testing benchmark as well, I suppose. You're looking into GitHub Actions? Yeah, Zalms. Right, and documentation, something that the team needs help with. It's in preview, so it's not really there yet. I have been told by the team, just use a command line. Just start up the AZD command line in your GitHub Action and call that directly. And while that's right, that's very do-it-yourself, and hey, I want to move into a house. Great, here's a hammer and some wood. Go ahead and build yourself a house. Right? That's like do-it-yourself. It works. Hey, Eric, over there on YouTube. Hello. Lots of folks are still in framework. Yeah. You know what? Let me change hats. I feel like changing hats because I can. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I think I could change to this one. Since it's now a Microsoft property, I can wear the Overwatch hat. That's kind of nice. We're past, and Blizzard, Activision Blizzard is now part of the Microsoft family. No problems wearing the Overwatch hat. There you go. Go ahead. No. Do it again. Do it again. Because I know it knows this hat.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
96%, right? You haven't played Overwatch in years? Me either, Warm Peas. Maybe we do some fun on stream with that. Yes, I did mention our friend Junie there the other day, and I want to be respectful, but I asked for some input, some feedback on logo ideas. And in a little bit of discussion back and forth for logo ideas for Tags app. Is she still there? Paging Junie Von Ash. Paging Junie Von Ash to the C# Fritz stream. We're talking about logos. How you doing there, Space Cadet Commander? So, there it is. Right? Image, crop to selection. So, the idea was, here's a hashtag tag. And I think we need to turn this, maybe turn this landscape, make it a little bit more square, but as a concept, it's not bad. Company meeting started. There you go. So, and we have some ideas to bring in primary and secondary colors of Tags app configurations that folks install, and you would have the Tags app there. And the background should be, right, so if I do this and grab that, the background should be transparent like that, and so should that area. There you go. So the white, we would make a secondary color, and the purple, we would make whatever your primary color is. Done. It's very SVG-able. So we're tinkering with that, and Junie's been giving us some good ideas there to help establish a logo for the app. I want to make sure that I share those thanks and some of those ideas with you out there, because I think it's a pretty cool idea that we started down. I like the white for our primary colors that we're going to use for it, but we'll swap out the colors later for folks that do their own installs. Okay, so we talked about logos, we talked about this. Let's figure out why it's not doing the notification. What is that? I'll risk it.
Rice just resubscribed for 5 months.
One second here. There we go. Appreciate that, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Many thanks for that support. So we are getting messages coming through on Twitch there, right? I don't know why you're not loading. Back over here, this moderation, and yeah, see, it's not pushing the notifications through. We need to figure out why. Just had a vision of a hashtag like boy racer under lighting. Music to go with it. Where am I going? Where'd it go? Postgres. So it's adding the tasks. It should be when it gets a message. Start task for a provider. Provider tasks add. Start async. Wait for new content. Watch for new content. Okay. Watch for new content. Yeah. No, that's configuration. I got confused by my own collapsing. Tell me more there, Eric. Hashtag like boy racer under lighting. Help me out with that. So here it is, watching for new content. Newest ID. Yeah. Save changes. It is saving those. And then it should publish content async. Yeah. Which should add it to the queue here. Yeah, Eric, I want to hear more about your vision there. Are you? Nope, don't show that yet. We're not doing that yet. Get me to the Bing chats. To the Bing chat. What? Chat. Get creative here for me. Draw a picture of. Draw a comic book style picture of a race car driver in a tunnel with neon lighting. The race car is purple and has a hash mark on it. Let's see what it says. If we customize the hashtag as a theme, should we also have a music chime when a message is open? Yes. You realize Blazer Hybrid can be deployed to the MetaQuest 3. Thindal, Our friend Ed Charbonneau has a bunch of things. Right. Make the number on the race car the hashtag character. I like the Formula One style up here. Let's see what it does. When a person first opens the page. So featured chat has a chime that rings when there's new messages that are placed on screen. Ooh, I think I've confused the heck out of it here. But the hash mark, no, there is no hash mark. Ooh, I broke it. Yeah. Yeah, please tell me. The Quests are basically Android devices. Yeah, they're basically phones. So Ascended One. Hello, welcome. No, see, it's not number one, just the hashtag. Please don't include the number one. Just the character. Also, can you make the race car in the Formula One racing style? Yeah, something like that. Heard you. Give me a moment. Okay, I'll give you a moment. We were searching for Fierce Kittens on stream the other day. Keep only the hash character. Yes, that's right. The race car is purple, and the race car is in the Formula One racing style. I don't know. Show it to me. Here we go. Image generated. Yeah, right. It put the hashtag under the number right there. Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh. Let's start over. No. No, nothing went wrong. No! Come back! Oh, it won't let me continue. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay. I think there's more to tinker with there. Anyways, let me see here. Publish content. All right, where was I? So it's not a Nitro Racing skin. We haven't done Nitro Racing in so long. I need to download and reinstall it. I want to get this built, and then I want to get back into building another provider here and get that loaded in, but something's wrong with published content. So let's stop this. Make sure it calls into here. see if we can get this running. Chat. I was thinking about running for a Gunnar Glasses giveaway. A follow along and generate an image suggestion game. Here's the idea. Over the course of a 2-hour stream, I would give you suggestions for an image to generate using DALL-E, Bing Chat, whatever. And the folks that are following along and listening throughout the stream collect the suggestions, build a nice prompt to send in, and at the end of the stream, or after 2 hours or whatever, we would you would generate your images and submit into a Discord channel. Here's the best image from the collection that meets all of the suggestions that were provided on stream. So it might be something like generate a penguin wearing Gunnar glasses that's on a surfboard surfing in the ocean, right? And we collect those images and we find the coolest, the one that we like the most, and we would give away a pair of Gunnar glasses to somebody. What do you think, chat room? Would that be something fun to do? Let me know. Right? All right, so if I go back over to admin, I take a look at my providers. It says Twitch chat is running. If I go to moderation, so we can watch new messages arriving. It didn't even... Oh, here we are. I'm at the breakpoint. Okay. Tag text. Right, and the new content that I received is test message. Okay. So we're going to head down here. We added it. We've got a queue. We've added that. Okay. So not there. So right, what do we have for the content now? This is the message that just popped up from Stream Elements. Okay, so I know it's putting it in the queue. Postgres messaging service. Right, so this right, Mystic Soda? Where is it? So it's putting it in... Dispatch from queue should have started. Jump through there. There we go. Right, it should be doing things here. So it is trying to go through. Do we have any action sitting there? Yes. For .NET. Yeah. So let that run. Okay, so it's going to call my action, which is going to say notify new messages. Yes. Which is trying to go out to Azure Safety Moderation. All right, hang on. So I'm in Azure Content Safety. So is this a blocked user? Is this person blocked? No. So is this enabled? No, it's not. So it's going to go into the SignalR notifier, notify new content for that hashtag and this content. Okay. Moderation is not enabled, that's why. Well, there's your first problem. So I'm not getting moderation enabled, so I'm missing a configuration setting. Generatively gunning for gunners. Something. I wouldn't just give away gunners with that. I would do some other things, but generatively giveaway, the generative giveaway, yeah, I could do that. As a former Arsenal supporter, you always get thrown when I say gunners. Yeah, I'm talking about my gunner glasses. All right. Where was I? So moderation enabled isn't being set. Needs to configuration get value. Where's that coming through? Configuration. I need to put this somewhere else. Okay, so my problem is... close this. Try this again. Close those. Back over here. Let's .NET watch. I don't have a way to capture whether you want moderation turned on or not, so I need to go through and save that setting and make sure it passes through. Doable. Where was I? Come on, finish starting. So here it is running. So if I go over to admin, I think I should just add a button here that says enabled moderation and save it. So this is under admin. So my point is I want to save that value into the database, fetch it, and then wire it back up. And my problem is right now moderation needs to be turned on, and quite frankly, I've slacked on when moderation isn't enabled. The feature set isn't correct there, right? If I go back over here, see those approved messages did come through. Moderation isn't enabled and it's flowing right through. So moderation should be enabled. And in fact, it is, because it's showing me the moderation tag up there. So where's it deciding that? I forget. We'll figure it out. Header, okay. App configuration, moderation enabled. That's where I need to pull it from. So so if I receive that into, it was Azure Safety. So somebody was asking about artificial intelligence. This is one of the places that we have artificial intelligence. Right, it's right there. Actually, it was, here we go. If moderation configured. So in here, I will replace that one. And I'll change this to app configuration, moderation enabled. That should work. And actually, it should hot reload. Or not. Let's see. You use Terraform with Space Lift. Okay. So we've got content coming through. So let me refresh. So on the moderation screen, waterfall, clear, moderation screen. Can I get some messages there, chat room? Sudoku! Things we do for our communities. 12 days of C#. Neat. Alrighty. There we go. And there's Warm Peas content flowing through. Nice. Make sure I refresh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's fixed, right? And I can filter it down to just our Twitch content. To just our Twitch content. There we go. Feels good. Okay. And I'm sorry, friends. I'm there's absolutely issues in the YouTube chat, and I'm not going to get in there. What? Trolling friends will be colorful indeed? No. I like that one. Sure, we'll take that one. And over on the waterfall display, there they are up here. Cool. All of that's hooked back up and working. Let's commit some code here, shall we? Yeah. Mastodon and Twitch chat provider configurations work. There's some formatting there we got to bring in. Push that back out. Now, it's not going to pass the unit test because web tests are... The web tests are set to... they're not set with a configuration that'll get them loading. You start debugging, it opens a browser on one screen. If you drag it to another monitor, it disconnects. No, I haven't seen that. That's unique. Not gonna lie, that's pretty unique. Promote Sudoku stuff there. There it is. Right? What happens if I disapprove a message? You mean like this one? It gets a little mark there. And it doesn't flow through to the waterfall. So. And if I refresh, it does remember that that was rejected. So. That feels good. Okay, I'm happy with that. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take stream elements and say block. Right? So now if I come back to moderation, the next time stream elements comes up, it should automatically be rejected. And if I say content that needs review, it should never appear. Right? So let's see if that stream elements timed message pops back up and appears here. It shouldn't because it's blocked. So, am I at a place that it's good enough that I can... let me get the web tests working again because I know they're broken. Here. Right, if we look at the actions... See, this is going to fail... Come on, show me the action. Yeah, well, it's going to fail because it didn't build. Why didn't it build? It's running unit tests. And the unit tests... So, we need to update our unit tests and move things along. Okay. That's fine. We can do that. So, let's stop this from running and... Let's do some unit tests. We definitely need to add more tests. If anybody's interested in writing tests, could definitely use your help. So I think this actually fails in the build. No, see, that ran. Yeah, the playwright test. No providers. Down into test. Unit test. Do a rebuild on that, John. Run it. Lily Hazel! Oh my goodness! So good to see you, friend. How are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Oh my gosh, it's great to see you. Why did that work? That wasn't supposed to work. That wasn't supposed to work. Why is that working? It didn't work, but it does work, and it shouldn't work. All right. This shouldn't work either. This really shouldn't work. There we go. That's what I was kind of expecting. Okay. So, yeah. It doesn't know what security is. Right. Because I moved that. Right. No. It's in here. But why doesn't it know? It's looking in the wrong place. Tags app web. Because I created a security object. Security. Alright, so let's go find the errors and clean up some of these. Hey, the homeless rogue. Hello. Lurking for a couple minutes. Hey, that's great. It'd be fantastic to catch up with you sometime and chat. I hope it's great to hear you're doing well. I've seen a little bit of your posts on LinkedIn and happy to see how things are going. Well, if I just remove that, it may build, but yep, need to put web in front of that. Rebuild and see how that works. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. And there we go. So the test should fail spectacularly. The unit tests are working, but these ones should not. Where the heck is run? Because I'm not looking in Test Explorer, you moron. There we go. Gotta look in the right place here, you know what I mean? And yeah, a lot of failures in there because it's not going to be able to get through to all the user interface because it's got, yeah, every one of them failed. Because we now have the configuration wizard that we've been adding. I'm going to patch just so we can get the GitHub action lighting up here. Patched test scripts. It's not completely patched, but it's something. See how that goes. Should start up. There we go. And we'll see how this hits. All right. Let's see what we get to here. I'll let that ride, but the errors that it's throwing here. So if we start with, let's start with this one. When searching for tags, entry point exited without ever building an iHost. Yeah, it's trying to. Where am I? So it's trying to initialize. Right, which is going to go all the way down on top of program. So, hang on. Right, so this is calling base initialize async. Base initialized async. Okay. Let's keep walking down the stack here. Install Playwright. It's looking for a type of the program. Show me that error list. No. Ensure server started. Get server. Ensure server. Create host. Configure logging. Create host. Use Kestrel. Teethless dentist. Oh, man. That doesn't sound good. How are you? Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, that drops into Web Application Factory. This has to do with how I changed program. Oh man, this is going to be a good one. Because I changed program. To have a main style syntax. Let's pause for a moment. There we go. That build worked properly yet. And then the unit test ran properly and Playwright. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. Can't connect and start anything here. Okay. Expected. We're seeing the same thing here locally. Okay. Think this through, Fritz. I don't wanna. Shoot. Let's pin these because we're going to be deep in here for a little bit. Yeah, entry point exited without ever building an iHost. I'm sure that's... yeah. Create host line 34. And it's taking in the iHost builder. Where's it getting iHost builder? Right, where's this called? Come here, you. Okay, create host, and it's passing in where you called. I'm in Playwright fixture. I did a shift F12 and it didn't go anywhere. So it should be passed in a builder here. When searching for tags. So where is that called? It's being called somewhere else in the stack is where it's being called. Where is it finding it? No, I thought I had Code Lens enabled. Yeah, I was in the right one. Code Lens. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't enabled, but it'll light up after it's done some parsing. There it goes. Well, right, this is my fixture. Right, that's got to be called somewhere in this project. It's not. So that's decompiled. And it's not showing me in here where it's being called. So now what? Show me where. Show me where you are called. Because I want to take a look at that builder, because I don't think that builder is being built properly. Right? Deferred host builder. Yeah. Show me that call stack. Where'd you come from? When searching for tags, it's in initialize async down here. So it's calling into that, which I'm assuming is somewhere down in here. Yeah, and it's not showing me. Install Playwright. So why is it not getting the I'll take these updates. But I don't think it's going to get me there. Installing packages, come on. Yep. I don't think it's going to find it. Yeah. No, it's not finding it. No. Oh, ooh. Okay. Now we're talking. Let's take a look at this. Now we're getting somewhere interesting. For the purposes of testing, I want an in-memory provider. But this is telling me that both Postgres and in-memory have been registered. Yeah, okay. So I'm adding Postgres services. Otherwise, we should add in memory. All right, I'm feeling this. But I feel like we're gonna need to set up a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's back up. Configuration is test, and it has a moderation false. Use only in-memory service. Okay. But those service extensions should only set up Postgres if... So let's debug through this one. See what we find. Here. What kind of architecture? I'm using a series of repositories. I have a series of services, microservices that I'm using. There isn't like a brand name architecture that I'm using. Here we go. So it did stop here. So connection settings, and it is looking at Postgres for the content provider. Because it picked up and loaded the configuration that I gave it here. Yes. Here's where we need to make it. Yeah. I want it to get the app config connection and the app config provider. I want to force those to in memory. So if we look at app settings, JSON, right, it looks like this. We're going to change that. So if there are any supported databases with that, Postgres, and that's not how you spell SQLite. This isn't going to work with the in-memory database. Yeah, it's a Fritz texture. If I do tell it to use the in-memory provider, will it pick up and use it? Is there... No. I mean, if it's an in-memory database, I could just... I could just put it here with a dictionary, right? Right? Like, now I know how to support in-memory database. Right, so get configuration by ID. Actually, I could change this to just... Where is this used? Hang on. No. I'm going to write my own. Public class in memory configure tags app. I don't even need to make it disposable. I can just... Right, so if I do private static dictionary, oh, this is going to be so easy to do. Right? Don't need you. Don't need to teach it about in memory. I'm even going to move you somewhere else. Here we go. So, if I were to use the way that it gets the data, just to make sure that I get the exact same thing. So it's similar in context. So if I say DB, right, has, contains key. That's what I keep. Yeah. If it doesn't contain the key, do I really want to do return null? That's for get configuration string. No. Return new T. Should have a where T new, yeah. Task from result. Right. Deserializes this. DB ID. And let's task from result that as well. This is the same thing, except string empty. Task from result I dropped. There we go. I don't need to deserialize. I can just say that value. Cool. What do I need to do to initialize configuration? Right. And set configuration by ID is going to be, I'll do the exact same thing that's over here. And I'll just say, yeah. Done. That works. James says, enjoyed my presentation at Dev Intersection. Thank you, James. Which presentation was that? Remind me. Did I see where Sean is going to have... Sean who? Both Hunter and Dan Roth? Fantastic. My last one. The Blazor Components session. Oh, that was fun. I did enjoy that one. So I'm going to go back to my configure tags app factory here. And when we're creating, let's put a big ol' if in here and say if provider equals in memory. Oh, man. String comparison. There we go. change that to an else if there. So, yeah, we'll say current equals new in memory configure tag that. Right? And I'll say is configured true. So I can go back to my tests. I said in memory, I don't even need this. And it should pick up and use that in memory. Issues with state has changed. Yes. Did you get any help with that? Were you able to move that forward at all? Ah, the Tulsa user group with code with Sean. Yes, yes. Good for him. Yeah. I'll be speaking in Philly. I'll be in person at philly.net tomorrow night. At the local Microsoft office. So it's still registering multiple providers here. I'll talk to the folks at philly.net and see if we can stream some of that. NPG, why is it trying to register these things twice? It shouldn't. Where was it? So I don't need this. Is it in here? And this is called over here. Phil!
Phil Vesey just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank you so much. 30 months with us, and I'll make another excuse me. I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. How you doing, Phil? 30 months, that's a milestone. Appreciate that support. Thank you, thank you. 2.5 years. Let me debug this and see if we can figure out why. Well, hang on. Setting that up. Get configuration by ID. Connection settings. Going well. I'm fixing the tests now. So this should... Come here, let's put a breakpoint on that. Where is it? Tests. Debug, and it should have my in-memory provider here. Right, step into that. Okay, so configure tags app. Come on, that is a DB configure. Interesting. How did it get there? Return current. It should... Try that again. You know what? Hang on. Do I need to copy... this into here? Maybe. Debugging, stepping through, see what we can find. No, you know, one way it's causing the issues, like when a Telerik component requires a parent component, you cannot put in another component. Okay. Yeah, the provider it's requesting is Postgres. How's it getting Postgres? Don't show that because there's keys in there that might show up. Let's continue walking up the stack here. Now let's take a look. Yeah, it's reading app settings JSON and not taking my configuration. Let's look at the call stack, see if we can walk it all the way up. No, we can't. Feels bad, man. Okay, so that test is can add hashtags, which is inside when searching for hashtags. Which is a one searching for hashtags fixture, which should load this configuration. Let's see if we get it this time. So fixing the web tests here is going to help make this start and launch so much faster because we made configuration so much more modular. Still Postgres. How is it getting Postgres? Right, like I'm specifying it right there. So it should hit that and add my test configuration over it. Right, add test configuration. Right, it's saying configure app configuration and then returning it. Application root. Ooh, that doesn't feel good. Why does it give me a unique ID? That's not what I moused over. I moused over builder. Internal error evaluating expression. Well, there's your problem right there. No. Configure host builder. Nah, that's not it. It's clearly not loading the configuration. Like, even though it's being passed in, it's not reading it. It should be loading. Yeah, it didn't load any properties. No. Come here, you. Tell me more about this. Sets up the configuration for the remainder. The results will be available at configuration for subsequent operations as well as in services. It wasn't. Ooh, wait a sec. Hang on. Let's put it in there. Right? I don't need these because that's not how we configure it anymore. Let's see what that does. Test Explorer. Try and run that. Just let her fly. So what do we got? James created an application using SignalR, running on user's Windows PC to communicate between multiple applications. Okay. Used WebSockets by itself, but SignalR solves a lot of issues. It does. Neat. Okay. That's still aired out because it's still trying to configure Postgres, even though I'm not. Yeah, these 7 frames that it's hiding, like, those are the ones I want. Drat. I'm trying to add in the configuration and override it, and it's not overriding it. Because I get to here and it doesn't have the thing in it. Nope. Because it's picking up the one that's in my current file instead of reading. So my whole configuration injection doesn't work. Well, if I go to app settings and I wipe it, and then run it. But it should override it because I added it in last. Okay, now we're gonna run into this thing again. Hey, Travel the World. Doing well. Welcome. We are attempting to build and test. Developers. Here, Sean 3E, welcome. I appreciate the follow. Trying to get a test working here. Yep, it doesn't work now. And I changed that? Like, that's what broke it? And now its service is duplicated. Because I do want to be able to comment that out, but it's clearly not loading the settings that I'm trying to override with here. It's hitting here, and that configuration is not loaded. I'm even forcing that configuration in, it's not picking it up. Am I deep in here? Do we get to this? Maybe I can kind of skip it. Space Shot! Oh my goodness!
Space Shot just resubscribed for 53 months.
How you doing there, friend? Oh. But I do want that to be a thing that I want to test at some point. But it's not injecting. Thank you so much for the tier 2, 53 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. Much, much appreciate. So it should come through one of these into here and run that, but I haven't gotten down to that point yet. Let's see here. So what if I put the calls from program indirectly? Right? What if I just tell it, create in memory? Just add a create in memory provider. Right? And here if current does not equal the empty one, return the current one. So if I say configure tags app factory, create in memory provider, now it should have the right things here to get started. Let's see. Here's your sign. Didn't build it. You stink. Okay. Let's step in, see what's going on. Because something's hanging. Hanging around. Teddy KGB. playing his poker. If he wants to splash the pot, he will splash the pot whenever he pleases. Here we go. All right. Come on, build the host. Right, so it's going to step in. How did we already get down here? How did you get all the way to there? What? No. Show me that you get there first. Show me that you get there. Pay this man his money. Right? I just want to go get some Oreos now. And, right, so we're referring to the movie Rounders. It didn't actually... Wait a sec, I'm somewhere different. What? Configure... Do that again. So great movie. So in the movie Rounders, and it kicked off so many poker enthusiasts. You dog. There's a fantastic scene where the Russian mafioso that Matt Damon is playing poker against and just can't beat, he runs into, and he's he eventually it's played by John Malkovich, and he keeps when he gets into a point, John Malkovich does, where he's pondering, he's thinking about what cards to play. He picks up an Oreo cookie, and I've got poker chips. He picks up an Oreo cookie from a pile of cookies that he has next to him, and he looks at and he opens the cookie, and everybody thinks that when he opens the cookie, if he breaks the cream, right, the cream inside the Oreo cookie, right, Oreo cookie is 2 chocolate cookies with a little bit of vanilla cream in the middle, that when he breaks the cookie, when he opens it up, if he breaks the cream, he's lying, he's fibbing. That's his tell. He's telling you that he's got a bad hand if he breaks the cream. Well, but it more so is if he brings it up to his ear and listens. If he's just looking at it and splits it, that's what the tell was. I think that was an interesting analysis of that. All right, so there it's configuring the in. So current is now set to the in-memory configure tags app. Yeah. So when it comes back through to do this configuration, right, there it is. Current is the in-memory, so it should just return that. So here we are inside the application, and it's going to now attempt to load the configuration based on that, right? So it's trying to load application configuration. Does it contain that? No. So we're just going to return the default configuration. Good. And we're going to set up that application configuration. It's now available. Is it configured? Yes. So it's going to go and add security context. And here it is saying, oh, well, if it's Postgres, right? So this is going to return, and it doesn't have a setting. So it should fall through and use the in-memory database. Okay. It's going to add default identity. That's good. Add authentication, pointing to that same thing. Good. Add authorization. Add Razor pages. Yeah. Forwarded header options. Good. The hosted services. So the SignalR provider is going to get the connection settings, which still say nothing. Is the content provider Postgres? No. Otherwise, we're going to add the in-memory messaging service and set that up. Configure SignalR, add HTTP logging, configure the data serializer, view models utility service, build the app, and now... yeah. Now it's adding all of those services. Forwarded headers. If we're in development, do all of that stuff. Everything looks good. Let's go all the way down here to... yep, run async. And that should run. So it's not, because we changed the way this is so that we could restart the application. It never returns. I have to return the task. So how can I tell this that I'm in test mode? And basically tell it not to use the cancellation token source. Because it does, right, it's doing the await here instead of returning it. It's not. This is actually the base one that everything's built off of, isn't it? Because this configuration's in several places, and I'm not thrilled with that. Yo. Yeah, look at this. "13 references." Yeah, let's... right, and the base moderation fixture is built off of on top of this. Let's move you. That's the decompiled one. Ugh. No, put it back in there. And this one... I don't need that. It's too far down the stack. Where'd it go? I've gone too far. Right, so this is based off of this fixture. Which is based off of Playwright fixture. So it's using this. So, can I say... sure, go ahead, fully qualify. Sure. Let's generate that property. Jump back over there. I'm gonna I know it defaults to false, but I'm gonna purposely set it here so that it's explicit. So what I'll do is I'll say if test mode is test mode static, it is good. Good. I'll return app.run async. It's trying to get the task for the host. If I do an await on that, is that going to pick it up? I don't think so. I didn't debug. It's not going to tell me if I hit it or not. No. Try it again. Yeah, I'm injecting and formatting and handling a bunch of middleware here. And doing some funny stuff with it. To control how the application starts so I can hook up my test to it. So I know that works. And I know that works, and it's set test mode. And I know those two work. Here we are. So it should run that, and then come back, but... it wants an iHost coming back. And that's going to return a task. If I wasn't calling it async and I just called app run, what if I just return app? Right, it's a web application. Yeah, I know it's not null here. So if I said task from results, still doesn't like it. because I'm in async. That's a web application. All right, let's walk this back. Which is an iHost. So I need to somehow get it. Yeah, task from result is a thing, but this is... If I made this a task of type iHost... Yeah, it doesn't like that on main. AOG Dev.
Dev just resubscribed for 9 months.
Hello. Thank you so much. And we'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. 9 months with us. That's very cool. I very much appreciate the resub. Will that work? That might work. Like, will that work if I just start the app? Yeah, no. We can't return iHost. So, oh man, this is... So if we did create host, right? So this runs down and calls and it creates a composite host of the host that was created, right? It's down in here. If I reach into there, right? This is interesting because we're hooking and changing the behavior of the startup of an application. If I just said app run, it doesn't know where it's getting the run from. Yeah. Let's pull this out of here. Right. Let's debug and see what happens when we hit that. Here we go. Didn't even get there. And this is inside. I can't debug into it because that's inside my create. Right, this is decompiled code that I'm looking at. I can't break on that. Show me some details on that. So this is in the middle of creating the host. Yeah. Right, so if we step into there, this is difficult. Right, and this composite host here has a test host and the Kestrel host. The Kestrel host is the one that I've added. Right, find all references to that. No. So it's just keeping a reference to it. But how is it? Developers. Hello, welcome. Red Rocks 55. What? Huh? Okay. Well, it's trying to use that to create. It's trying to create the test host. Huh. So it doesn't stop and return at the end because of that while loop. Right here. So if I were to tell it, no, even if I were to tell it not to. Right, if the while loop wasn't here, it still wouldn't hit it. Why do I not await? Holy crow, it did work. Does that work for everything now? Holy crow, it does work. Yeah, come on. Holy crow, it does work. Show me, run all the tests. Some of these other ones aren't configured with the thing. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. So I need to exit after it's done the await. Right? So if I did that, does that work? No. Okay. 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 So let's get a little nuts then. Right? Like, let's take this whole thing and call this start website. Right? If test mode await start website args, else right? So if I go back to Test Explorer and we try and run that one again. So I've taken the while loop out. Dude. Okay. And now we know. Test mode equals true. And you don't know what that is, so I will make you know what that is. And there was an admin configuration of that. So does that one work? No. All right. There's clearly something weird in there. How about the overlay test? Do they work? I mean, right? This is interesting. If testing break. Nah, it's not that easy. Well, here we are. This is overlay tests. So this is taking in a playwright fixture, which does not have I've got too many of these configuration points. It's the wrong program. This should be tags app web program. Try that again. No. Okay, I think there an API changed here in Playwright because it's missing a close method. Let's try this one. Oh, that was the one I initially started with. So yeah, that one works. I don't like how long that takes. Did I put an await in there or something? Timeout 15 seconds. Nah. Try this one. So there's clearly a close method that I'm using on Playwright that it's upset about. Yeah. Line 72. What? Close async. Oh, okay. Find me close async. No. I'm not calling it. And it's in the Playwright context page dispose. No. So this is returning a disposable Playwright context page. It's right there. That doesn't exist anymore. Oh, man. So I think I've got a version mismatch on Playwright then. So let's try downgrading our version of Playwright. Right, this is referencing C3D extensions, Playwright, ASP.NET Core. Which is referencing Playwright 138. And I'm on 140, so let's take this back to 138. Okay, that says it did it. So we'll try these tests again. Yeah, if testing works. Do we have the same error? We do. I'm in web test. It says I'm using 138. .134 is using 138. Let's force a rebuild here. Clean it, rebuild it, try it again. Okay. We know the unit tests work. So resolving, building, testing. Here we go. So it should be using our 138 version of Playwright. Discovered 16 tests. Come on. I see a lot of green. Got it. Ship it. Where did app settings go? Here. I should be able to put those back in. Hey now. It knows this hat. It knows this hat, and it just aired out completely on that.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
There you go. Where'd it go? Test. Run them all. Unit test, 1.4 seconds complete. This one we need to figure out how we can make that faster. That is way too long. But everything works. Git commit updated fixed playwright tests. Ship it. Give me some formatting. We all like formatting. Now, if I merge and ship that, right? It's going to break the NFL app because I moved the configuration. I also don't have all the configuration stuff built for startup. Good. Built the web DLL, built the test, running the tests. Done. Playwright tests, it's still trying to pull down the Playwright container. Which, man, I'd love to cache the snot out of that thing. So it's not getting it every time. What if it is configuration drift? Yes. However, it's the only time I'm going to move it. I mean, eventually I want to move it into Key Vault, but I'm not ready to do that yet. What if... Yeah, look at that. It's still running. Like, are you kidding? It shouldn't take that long to pull down the container. Yeah. Key Vault is an awesome feature. This is going to get most of these things running, but I want to upgrade to .NET 8 and Blazor and run a lot of this in static rendering. And that conversion to Blazor is something that a lot of folks are very interested in. Interested in seeing me do. Because if you look at the way the app runs right now, there is a ton of JavaScript that, quite frankly, is going to just disappear into the ether because we're going to turn it into C#. Right? The masonry layout will stay out there. But all of this, I mean, there's literally 1,100 lines of JavaScript that's just going to completely disappear. As well as the JavaScript for the admin pages. Right? This configuration for... It just completely goes away. Stand by. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. You're interested in seeing Blazor too? Yeah, see? See? Stub social media provider? Hang on. That's not how you spell stub. Stub social media provider. Has a frequency of 1 second. The test wants to check if all 10 of them were in descending order. Can't do it any faster. Let's do this. And which one is it? Where's that one that runs really slow? So if right at the beginning of this, shoot. Add only stub social media provider. Yeah. Oops. So if we set that, right? Public static void set content retrieval frequency And if we take a time span, new. Ah, it's static. I can't change it. Public static, time span, global content, retrieval frequency. So where is it? This one. Time span. Right, something like that. No, it's not it. That's even longer. No, that's not it. Sure, I'll run them together. Okay. Not a fan of. I mean, what if I just make this then? Right, just make it really fast. Go get the data. Hey there. Thank you for the follow. Definitely speeds up. Still got some long ones in here we need to figure out. Nope, that didn't work. Neither did this one. Article to be visible. It should have been visible. Do it again. Yeah. I'm going to reset. We can dig into that more later. There's definitely something there, though. You're not wrong, but there's something there that we need to take a look at. There we go. I'm gonna merge it. It's gonna break the NFL app. I'll get that reconfigured and online though later off stream. So but that was a massive update. That should have closed this. Let's do this one. Let's get it upgraded to .NET 8 across the board. Go up one more. I don't want to... No. That's fine. Git checkout main. Git pull. I know. You're grouchy over there. Git push. Cool. Let's do .NET 8. So, can we have a demo of the new config process? Sure. So, let's close you. So, if I go into app settings, and if you run the application, where this is going to make things immensely easier. Like, folks that have a container, literally, you're going to be able to start and be off and running in no time flat. Where there was a ton of configuration you needed to jump through to interact with. So, where do you want to store your data? Postgres, SQLite, in memory. I'm going to choose Postgres. I'm going to provide a configuration that points to a local database that happens to be running in a container for me. Click Submit. It's going to restart the application, actually. And I've already got some admin configuration. I'm going to go into admin. I look at providers. I've already got these two configured because I've got this database already configured with it. But they'll all show up empty. Heck, let's do that. Let's completely restart. Right? Let's yes. I could start a new database and run it. No, let's do that and let's choose in memory. And it should drop me into in memory config. Come on, where's my browser? Thank you. So if I choose in memory, drat. Where am I at here? Initialize configuration, set configuration provider. should do. It should pick that up and run with it and use it. I'll do this in the chore. Get this working so that you can choose in memory. I bet you SQLite doesn't work either, but there we go. So I have an in-memory configuration of the application. If I register, it actually doesn't know what these things are. It doesn't know how to use these. It's going to go, where did it pull that from? That is in my I configuration. It has that. Okay, fine. Yep. Yeah, okay, so the client ID. So the login experience still needs some work there. But I think that's in my app settings development version. No, it doesn't have it in there.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Pong? Try that again, friend.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, app settings development doesn't have the client ID connection information. So it's looking for the authentication client IDs and client secrets. That should have been really broken. And it wasn't. Shoot. That's gonna need... That's gonna need rework to get it to load and have those providers available. Hey, Maxwell. Welcome, Reg Nunke. Is it Reg or Reg? Let me know. Yeah, that loaded with the in-memory database. But it won't let you log in because it doesn't have those providers. Because you can't log in, now you can't get to the admin. Which isn't terrible, actually. Why don't I use isNull or whitespace over isNull or empty? Because whitespace means that the empty space is a matching value. Right? When I use isNull or empty, right, that is true. That is true. That is false. But if I do string isNull or empty, that is true. That is true. That is false. Slight difference in the values. So, Reg like Reginald. Got it. I'll remember that. So, And it's right. I'm checking to see, is this an empty string or is this right? So, so this shouldn't work. That setting shouldn't work. It is a good question, and it's something that I don't use is null or white space just because I don't use white space. Right? So when this loads, Postgres, there's my default connection string to my local container. This is going to restart. I'm going to go choose login with Microsoft. Where is it getting the client ID for that? Like, that's not in the database. No. So, where's it coming from? Because it's got to be somewhere. When it was loading. Right? Add external provider. It's picking up a client ID and a client secret from somewhere and passing them along here. Restart that. I want to see where you're getting that from. It's got it. It's in my user secrets. It's in my user secrets. That's where it's getting it from. Yeah. I'm okay with that for now. But that should mean that when I do the in-memory load, it loads in with the in-memory configuration also. Right? If I go back over here and I change this to in-memory, it should... Even though I'm using an in-memory database for all this, that should be. When I'm right there, restart that. Yep, it's got it. So it's got the same credential, right? Authorization providers configured because it's coming out of somewhere else that I do have on disk. Where's my... There it is. So if I try to register and I use my Microsoft account, So, is this telling me that my in-memory database isn't scaffolded? I mean, it could be. So add security context. Right, and then when it's told to initialize security, if it's SQLite, migrate async. I think I have to do migrate async if it's in memory also. Right, so that it's got tables and stuff there. There it is. Right, and if I kind of force it down onto this one. Right, to skip the if test and just go ahead, go migrate. Update the in-memory database appropriately. Now if I say register with Microsoft, right? And there's all kinds of junk up there. Can we take a look at the output and see what the error is? Ooh, look at all this good stuff. Argument null exception in storage queues. That's okay. It's fine. It's not supposed to be running. Anti-forgery token could not be decrypted. Exception was thrown while deserializing the token. This is data protection, key management. Okay. This is higher in the stack. This isn't me here. Am I using the new Blazor.net 8? Not yet. We will. That's coming up in just a little bit here. Once I figure out what the deal is with this. So, Data Protection Services is trying to reach through security context and set that key. Wait a sec, what's it doing over here? Wait a minute. How do I have two of these? This is an extension for Postgres. Oh, man. Postgres. 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 This is going to be an issue. All right, let's back up. This thing should not be here in the web project. Neither of these should be here. Areas. Try that again. I'm expecting this to break because we migrated stuff. Maybe not. Oh, yeah. I should be able to get away with this. I thought I had this in here. Global using statement. Yeah, a number of these are going away. Rebuild that. Let's see if it finds it. So global using is a way for you inside your application, inside your C# application, to define a using statement that should apply across the entire project. That's what I did, and it found all of that code successfully. So I'm still running into this data protection key issue for the in-memory storage. But I suspect I'm going to run into the same thing when I try and push it into Postgres. Well, wait a sec. No, it's already got the annotation on it. We won't hit it. So let's go back to security context over here. Let's put a break on that. No. Break on this. Sure. Let's see what it comes up with. The infinite link? The infinite link. Right, so this is an internal DB set. There's no values in there. There's a value. Okay. So here comes the web server. So data protection keys has a value saved. All right, I've hit the get again. Value's still there. So I'm going to go register. I've hit the get one more time. Go ahead through. The key was not found in the key ring. I'm not going to dig into this further right now. I'm going to take that as an issue and figure it out later. What did I drop there? That security context is fine. Add a global using... So I'm going to flip it back to Postgres. We'll flip it to .NET 8 and we'll get it running. And we'll start talking about Blazor and the implications of going to Blazor with auto render mode and that kind of thing. But the in-memory isn't intended to be a real thing. It's more for testing. What? There it is. And that's a one-time configuration. And I am logged in. I am running successfully here. And I can go and see content. Okay. So that's built and running. Next steps. Let's get this to .NET 8, which should be pretty quick walkthrough. So commons on Net 8, communications is on Net 8, security Net 8, and then we'll check the dependencies. Yeah, these dependencies are going to need to be updated. Everything so far looks like Net 8. Providers, good. Okay, everything's marked as framework.net 8. So let's stop. There we go. And on the solution, I'll manage NuGet packages. And I'll go through and patch everything to the 8.0 version. So there are 24 updates available. Let's take a look at the consolidate first. Or not. Okay. Yep, put them both to latest stable 263. latest stable. 255 on web tests. And yeah. Okay. If I try and do that one. So it's telling me XUnit analyzers. So let's just upgrade these things to their latest. So then if I consolidate and say take it to latest stable 263, that worked. I don't want to include pre-release, but why are you showing me? I'm on. So, yes, do that update. That's good. Sure. That looks good too. Yep, go to the 8.0. Looking good. Consolidating things to the 8.0 version. I'm not updating Playwright because we saw there's a little bit of an issue there. NPG SQL and systemnet JSON. Let's update. See how it goes. Yep. Go ahead. Okay. That's wonderful. That is not. That is a breaking change. That is an Azure team that broke the rules. Yeah. You broke the rules. Rolling that one back. I don't have time right now to go through and figure it out. No. No, I don't want to be on. It was, here, this one. Gonna go back. Problem went away. Let's try the tests. Let it run all the tests. Unit tests are good. Wait a sec. It's not a filled in green circle. There they are. Now they're testing. Unit tests are good. playwright tests. Last test to come. All good. Updated to .NET 8. We should also check the GitHub actions, which are not included here. Tags app. Those are probably good. There's a global JSON it's pulling configuration from. It's not there. No, there it is. I thought it. We will eliminate that. Let's look at our Docker file. We'll get rid of the RCs. That should do it. Updated Docker file and global JSON to .NET 8 RTM. Yeah, Azure, the Azure Content Safety is doing text analysis. Yeah. So, right, they've changed the syntax there. Okay. That feels dreadfully unnecessarily verbose. Not security. What do we got? If I do try to update this, I could reroute this. Uh-huh. And then I have to do the same thing again over here. Let's see if we can wrap this. That value is of type analyze text result. public static class content safety extensions. I can't do an extension. I can't do an extension property, right? We don't have extension properties yet, but a public static decimal, I think it is. It's either decimal or double. Let's make it double. And well, actually, hang on. It's a dot severity. I don't know what type it's returning. So let's say, right, hate was one of them. I don't know. Hate result. Sure, we'll call it hate result. No, hate result. This, and it was categories analysis, which is an I read only list of text category. I read only list of text category analysis. Something like that. And that returns a text category analysis. Severity is an int. Let's make this an int. Category result. And let's make this a text category. Why don't you like that? Should be like that. Why don't you like that? Because it should be severity. Severity is a nullable int. We're okay there. All right, so now I can go back up here. And I can say... I should be able to say category result. I read only list text categories. Oh, I need to put it on the value, which is an analyzed text result. Okay. The value is, let me get that again. What's the value again? Analyze text result. Analyze text result. Results. So I can say results like that. Right? Hey, Edmund, you signed up for the code camp tomorrow night? Yeah. Yeah. I'll be there. I'll be there in person. So I should now be able to say my category result. Text category, sexual result. Why don't you like that? Sexual. There we go. So I can turn it like this. Text category, sexual. Now I'm doing the same things up here. right? Category category results. Right? Same thing here. Category results. Text category hate. Category results. Text category. Right? Self-harm? Was that one? Category results. Text category. What was the last one? Violence? Violence, self-harm. Yeah. Text category. I guess they're feeling like they can add other categories in the future. Like, whatever. Hate. Well, this is just a ball of fun. Yeah, what a... Right? Paste that. Take this all the way across with one of those. Done. Right? That should work. Johnny P. Cat asks, I have multiple classes in one file. How is it in debug and tracking? Fine. So these are, right, these are very much related and only part of the Azure Content Safety. Doesn't matter that they're in the same file. It's able to handle and locate that because, right, C#'s compiled, so it doesn't matter where these classes are. It knows how to work with it. Right, I mean, we can add a folder here just to make it a little bit clearer. Let's call this, safety moderation, right? And I can take this and put it up in there, right? And that class is fine, but you know what? Let's move this to its own file. And move this to its own file. Rerun the test to make sure everything builds, locates, identifies things properly. But they're now sitting as 3 separate files inside this safety moderation, right? So everything should compile, discover all the tests, build, and run properly. Look at that, the unit tests already completed. Here comes the web tests, loading, starting, running the website. And those tests should come back quickly, right? 15, 20 seconds and show. There we go. So, all good, and we got it upgraded. Thank you so much for pointing out, right? Who was it? DGen1 finding the way to correct that. So, right, having multiple classes in one file is not a terrible thing in C#, right? It's pretty good. So tags app, storage. We should probably move this in the future somewhere else. Updated Azure Content Safety. Push that. Pull origin Jornet 8. Git push. Get it to line up. Thank you. And we should be able to patch that. This is 320. Nope. Updated to .NET 8, RTM, fixes 320. So, and it's got a bunch of merging and refactoring branches in here. So, this will now attempt to build and run with the GitHub action locally. Not locally, but in the... Right? Come on now. So, assuming that works, we'll get it merged and updated. It is 2:30. I wanted to add Discord and Blue Sky. There it goes. Yeah, don't put one file out there that has every class. Don't do that. That's a pain in the neck to manage. Right? The reason to put separate classes in separate files is so that you isolate and you manage the change in your source control, so you don't have everybody fighting to update one file. Right? So breaking things down into smaller files makes it easier to manage. Right? JavaScript folks and Python folks are very familiar with that because they want smaller pieces to make it easier to find and locate all the various discrete components to their application, but you don't need that with .NET, whether it's C#, Visual Basic, or F#. You can put everything in one file if you wanted to. It says it's building. It says it's building. 1 minute in. There you go. Unit tests ran successfully. So the playwright test, which will take a little bit longer to run. Ooh. It actually fetched the playwright base components quickly this time. Here we go. Come on now. And yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Look at that, installing Chromium. That's how you know it's fresh. Failed to determine HTTPS port for the redirect. Oh man. These are all going to fail. Nope, it passed. Ooh, all right. Cool. So merge it, and we are on .NET 8. Cool. I wanted to do Discord and Blue Sky integration. And I do need to get some lunch, but I should stop streaming. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to upgrade Discord and Blue Sky offline. Let's wrap this up. I think that's the way to go here. I'm going to work on Discord and Blue Sky integration offline. I'll have updates I'll share on Discord. If you're watching the repository, you'll see the updates come in. I'll be back streaming tomorrow. We're going to be doing Advent of Code with our friends from Auth0. We're going to be talking to Black Girl CTO and having a great time streaming together, writing some code together here on stream, solving some of the puzzles of the Advent of Code. I hope you join me tomorrow. Thursday, we'll be back and we'll get this converted to start using Blazor. Yes, I need some lunch. For those of you watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. There's some great videos for you listed over here or down here or over there. Or, I don't know what you're watching me on. It's somewhere on the screen. There's other videos of mine. Go ahead and enjoy. There's great content out there. If you're watching me on Twitch, it's time for a raid. Let's set up, get you connected with somebody else who's doing some live streaming here on the big Twitch TV network. Let me see who else is streaming. That would be fun. You know what? Let's get you over to the Visual Studio channel. They're talking about mobile development. Get ready to say hi to my friends on the Visual Studio channel. It looks like, I'm not sure, Visual Studio Toolbox Live. Who's hosting over there? Take a quick peek in. Oh, it's my friend Robert Green and Sam Basu. Get ready to say hi to them. I will be back tomorrow, right back here, a little bit later than normal, but you'll find me. And we'll see you Thursday for a little bit of Blazor development with .NET 8. All right? Have a great rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.